Universitas Negeri Makassar adalah salah satu perguruan tinggi negeri yang ada di Indonesia, terletak di Makassar, Sulawesi Selatan. Telah banyak transformasi yang dilakukan Universitas Negeri Makassar. Transformasi ini dilakukan agar proses kelembagaan Universitas Negeri Makassar adaptif dan antisipatif dengan perkembangan zaman. Sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi, memiliki tanggung jawab dalam pengembangan bidang pendidikan dan non-kependidikan. Untuk mewujudkan tanggung jawab tersebut, Universitas Negeri Makassar menetapkan visi sebagai pusat pendidikan pengkajian dan pengembangan pendidikan sains, teknologi, dan seni yang berwawasan pendidikan dan kewirausahaan. Visi tersebut telah mengantarkan Universitas Negeri Makassar pada tahun 2017 sebagai perguruan tinggi unggul terakreditasi A meraih peringkat sumber daya manusia terbaik ketiga secara nasional. Universitas Negeri Makassar telah meraih Standar Nasional Indonesia SNI Award kategori organisasi perguruan tinggi seluruh Indonesia, menjadi Satker Pengelola Keuangan Terbaik pertama tahun 2017 dan mengantarkan Universitas Negeri Makassar menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi LPTK terbaik di luar Pulau Jawa dan peringkat 20 perguruan tinggi terbaik secara nasional. Pada 5 April 2019, Universitas Negeri Makassar telah menjadi PTN BLU atau Badan Layanan Umum demi memajukan kesejahteraan umum dan mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa. Saat ini, Universitas Negeri Makassar memiliki 114 program studi yang tersebar pada 9 fakultas dan 32 program pasca sarjana. Kesembilan fakultas tersebut adalah Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Sastra, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Seni dan Desain, dan Fakultas Ekonomi. Pada tahun 2020 sampai dengan 2021, jumlah dosen dengan jabatan fungsional guru besar saat ini mencapai 88 dosen, lektor kepala 307 dosen, lektor 318 dosen, dan asisten ahli 131. Total tenaga kependidikan berjumlah 650 orang. Percepatan jumlah guru besar dilakukan melalui workshop camp yang dilakukan tingkat universitas secara berkala melalui sharing and coaching yang dilakukan guru besar yang memiliki academic leader. Peningkatan jumlah dosen lektor kepala dilakukan melalui skema beasiswa dan hibah riset terintegrasi. Jumlah mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Makassar pada tahun akademik 2020 sampai dengan 2021 sebanyak 40.718 mahasiswa. Universitas Negeri Makassar menjangkau masyarakat Indonesia Timur dengan lokasi strategis. Kampus 1 Gunung Sari, Kampus 2 Parangtambung, Kampus 3 Banta-Bantaeng, Kampus 4 Tidung, Kampus 5 Parepare, Kampus 6 Bone, dan Kampus Pasca Sarjana. Universitas Negeri Makassar terus melakukan upaya pengembangan kerjasama dengan berbagai mitra, baik dengan sekolah, perguruan tinggi, instansi pemerintah maupun swasta. Tujuannya untuk meningkatkan eksistensi dan social responsibility Universitas Negeri Makassar di kalangan masyarakat dan meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan layanan pendidikan tinggi. Terobosan yang akan dilakukan untuk membangun pendidikan berkelas dunia adalah kolaborasi antar fakultas dan dengan perguruan tinggi dan institusi eksternal di dalam dan di luar negeri. Terobosan lain adalah penguatan program studi melalui penyesuaian kurikulum dan fasilitas pendukung agar terjadi relevansi dalam penyediaan sumber daya manusia terdidik dan terampil di dunia kerja. Selain bekerja sama dengan perguruan tinggi dalam negeri, saat ini Universitas Negeri Makassar juga menjalin kerjasama dengan beberapa perguruan tinggi luar negeri, antara lain University of Northampton, Finland University, Northern Illinois, Texas State University, Victoria University, Griffith University, Nagoya University, Temple University, Kaohsiung National University, dan beberapa perguruan tinggi luar negeri lainnya. Untuk meningkatkan layanan, Universitas Negeri Makassar berupaya mengoptimalkan sarana dan prasarana pendukung yang dimiliki. Beberapa sarana dan prasarana yang ada saat ini di Fakultas MIPA antara lain laboratorium matematika, statistika, fisika terapan, kimia, biologi, dan geografi. Di Fakultas Teknik antara lain Laboratorium Teknik Mesin, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Otomotif, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Elektronika, Teknologi Pertanian, dan PKK. Di Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan antara lain GOR Bulu Tangkis, Basket Indoor, Tenis Lapangan Indoor, Kolam Renang, Futsal, Lapangan Sepak Bola, Stadion Mini, Sepak Takraw, dan Ruang Senam. Taman PAUD. Pusat Layanan Terpadu Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan Pusdiklat, Pengawas dan Kepala Sekolah, Pusat Bahasa, Training Center, ICT Training Center, Sports Center, Hotel dan Ruko Lamaca, Pinisi Food Court, Supermarket ATK Karisma, Koperasi Mahasiswa, Auditorium Amanagapa, Auditorium Lanto Denpasar. Kami yakin bisa memaksimalkan seluruh potensi ini untuk memenuhi pelayanan kepada masyarakat dengan pengelolaan keuangan BLU. Pengelolaan yang lebih mandiri sebagai perguruan tinggi PKBLU merupakan keharusan bagi Universitas Negeri Makassar untuk merespon perkembangan global yang dinamis.
Well, audiences, we are going to proceed the opening ceremony. Please help me to turn on the camera to the opening ceremony. Thank you. Okay. Well, let's begin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be delighted to welcome you to International Conference on Social Economics, Business and Education, Icsebe 2021. This conference is a part of the 60th Disnatalis Universitas Negeri Makassar. And I am Helmi Pratiwi will be your host for today. Well, now please help me to welcome the Honorable Director General of Vocational Study, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, His Excellency Mr. Wikan Sakarinto, PhD. Our Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, His Excellency Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Hussein Syam, MTP, IPU, ASEAN Engineer. And also, let me send our warmest greetings to our keynote and invited speakers. The first one, Mr. Eric Monson, PhD, Associate Professor Stephen Grossman, Endo Chair in Entrepreneurship, the University of Vermont, USA. The second one, Mr. Eko Suhartanto, PhD, as a Head of Association of Indonesian Entrepreneurship Educator. The next one is Dr. Haji Abdul Fattah bin Abdullah as the President of ASEAN Cooperative Organization. Ms. Li Shufang, PhD from Hubei Provincial Institute of Public Administration. And the last but not least, Mr. Kikufumi Konishi as the President and Producer of CPI Japan. We would also like to recognize all our Vice Rectors, all the deans, especially the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business of Universitas Negeri Makassar, and all the leaders of Universitas Negeri Makassar who present today in this virtual meeting of this conference. Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us open the event by singing Indonesian National Anthem. Audiences, please kindly raised. Well, audiences, please be seated. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in order that our event runs smoothly, let us begin by reciting the prayer, who will be led by Dr. Ahmad SLG, SC, MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow heads for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international conference can be gracious to all of us. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu sekalian, mari kita bersama-sama sejenak seraya berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala agar konferensi internasional yang kita selenggarakan pada hari ini senantiasa bermanfaat dan berberkah bagi kita semua. Amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan na'imin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan yuafi ni'mahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Wahai Zat yang maha pengasih dan maha penyayang, pagi ini kami berhimpun dalam satu majelis ilmu, yaitu International Conference on Social Economic Business and Education 2021 dengan tema Edupreneurship in Sustainable Development on Entrepreneurial Ecosystem. Kami bermohon kepadamu ya Rabb, semoga kegiatan ini memberikan arti dan makna dalam hasanah pengembangan sains ilmu pengetahuan, serta membawa kemaslahatan untuk bangsa dan negara kami, menjadi modal yang baik dalam mengembang kompetensi menghadapi tantangan global yang semakin kompetitif. Wahai Zat yang maha pengasih lagi maha penyayang, berikan kemudahan, kesehatan, dan kemuliaan kepada seluruh pemateri dalam acara ini, serta bukakan pula hati dan pemikiran kami, agar dengan mudah menerima ilmu pengetahuan untuk kami amalkan. Kepadamulah kami bertawakal ya Rabb. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad, for the prayer. Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my deep pleasure to invite Rektor of Universitas Negeri Makassar, His Excellency Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Husain Syam MTP IPU ASEAN Engineer to deliver his remarks and keynote speech. And afterwards, we would like to request Rektor of Universitas Negeri Makassar to open the International Conference on Social Economics, Business, and Education ICS-EBE 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Rektor of Universitas Negeri Makassar.
Professor Dr. Tamrin Tahir, MSc, as the organizer of this conference. I also would like to welcome the invited speakers, Eric Monsen, PhD, from Associate Professor Stephen Grossman, and Chair in entrepreneurship, the University of Vermont, USA. Weekend Saccharinto, PhD, as the Director General Professional Study, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Indonesia. Eko Suhartanto, PhD, as the Head of Association of Entrepreneurship Educators, Indonesia. Umi Konisi, as the President of Producer of CPI Japan. Lisupang PhD from the Faculty of Economic and Business, Central China Normal University. Datu Haji Abdul Fattah bin Abdullah as the President of Asian Cooperative Organization. It is a great pleasure for me to extend very warm welcome to you all, especially for the speaker who had accepted the invitation to open this conference. I also would like to express my deep gratitude to the entire organizing committee who worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this conference. This conference is part of the 60th anniversary of UNN. The team is closely related to our vision as the Entrepreneurial University that is to be a center for education, research, and development is the field of education, science, technology, and arts, the head conception of the educational and entrepreneurial as rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar. I expect that this conference will contribute to the vision success by providing the available knowledge for all participants. Finally, this is a great time for me to declare the official opening of Edupreneurship in Sustainable Development of an Entrepreneurial Ecosystem. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Now, let me close by wishing you a very enjoyable discussion. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you, Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, for his remarks. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us proceed to the first panel session that will be led by the moderator for today. Let me greet our moderator, Mr. Insinyur Muhammad Farid, MT, PhD, PM, sir. Ready?
Ready?
Okay. Let me hand it over to you to lead the first panel session. Time is yours, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Director of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Hussein Sam, MTP, IPU, ASEAN Engineer, the Honorable, the High Official of Universitas Negeri Makassar, especially for the Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Professor Dr. Tamrin Tahir, MSc, as the organizer of this conference. Also for the speakers, the authors, the participants, and the organizing committee. Welcome to the International Conference on Social, Economic, Business, and Education 2021 with the theme Edupreneurship in Sustainable Development of an Entrepreneurial Ecosystem, which organized by Faculty of Economic and Business. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Muhammad Farid. It's my honor to be a moderator at this conference. Let me inform the process of every session. 3 speakers will present their presentation around 20 minutes. Furthermore, Q&A session gives a chance for the participant to deliver questions by writing in chat. And finally, the author gives feedback from the question. I would like to share some important things. The first, the entrepreneurship ratio of a country will increase the nation competitiveness. And the second, how to change student mindset to be an entrepreneur by develop entrepreneurial ecosystem in university. Vision of Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Professor Hussein Sam, to deliver Universitas Negeri Makassar be an entrepreneurial university. So we hope this conference can contribute to improve our knowledge about entrepreneurship ecosystem and give impact to increase the nation's competitiveness. The first session, we have 3 speakers. The first speaker, Eric Monson, PhD, and the second is Mr. Suhartanto, PhD, and the last is Wiken Sakarinto, PhD. Before the speaker present, I would like to introduce the first speaker. Eric Monson. Good evening. Good evening. Good morning, Indonesia, and good evening for United States of America time.
Thank you.
Thank you. How are you today?
Doing fine, and you?
Fine, okay. So before Mr. Eric Monson, PhD, present, I would like to read the CV Eric Monson, PhD. The operator, please share the screen. You can, okay. Okay, yeah. Mr. Eric Monson, PhD, Associate Professor of Entrepreneurship and Mechanical Engineering, Stephen Grossman Endowed Chair in Entrepreneurship, University of Vermont, Grossman School of Business, United States of America. His background education, he have 2 ability, business and engineer. The first, he graduate from University of Colorado of Boulder, United States of America, MBA Entrepreneurship and Technology Management. And then he got PhD Organizational Management from University of Colorado of Boulder, United States of America. And then got postgraduate certificate in advanced academic study. The other side, he is an engineer. Yeah. The first, he got BS Aeronautical Engineering from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. And then he have Aeronautic and Astronautic Engineering from Stanford University. And then first year of PhD program in Aeronautic and Astronautic Engineering, Stanford University. So Mr. Eric Monson is a good from business and engineer. So time is yours, Mr. Eric.
Thank you. See if I can share my screen now. All right, do you see my slides now?
Okay, right.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. We've learned over this past year and a half, technology can be a little tricky at times. So, to begin, I was very wonderfully and honorably introduced. I am both an engineer, an aerospace engineer, as well as an entrepreneurship and business researcher and teacher. Plus, my work, which I'll be talking about today, crosses the boundaries between technology and business, which I think is central to this conference. So the title of my talk...
Recording in progress.
The title of my talk today is Educating PhDs and Professors in Technology Entrepreneurship. And because I'm an engineer by training, I'm a very structured thinker. Central question for this next 15 minutes or so will be, how can we equip our STEM, our science, technology, engineering, and maths PhDs better for entrepreneurial careers in the future, either as professors or in industry? But before we address this question, I want to cover, because I'm an academic, a few basic definitions. First, how do I personally define technology entrepreneurship? Then we want to do a market analysis, because we are entrepreneurship researchers and practitioners here. What are some driving forces for STEM PhDs and professors, both primarily in the US market, where I live and work, but also globally, because this is a global conference. And once we've looked at the overall macro market trends, let's look at some of the individual psychological needs of STEM PhDs and professors. Once we've done our basic market research and done a little bit of customer discovery, I want to talk about some examples of how we train, not only how we train our STEM PhDs to work more entrepreneurially, but more so, why do we do it? Why is it important for people who are not studying business primarily to actually have an understanding and at least an ability to communicate in the business sphere? And I will wrap up my talk with a discussion of how might we begin redesigning our universities to respect entrepreneurship so that it can be implemented both inside and without, that the collaborations with the university industry could work that much better. So, what is entrepreneurship? I'm a very visual thinker, as Eko Suhartanto, as Professor Eko Suhartanto. I like calling him professor because I was his PhD advisor. What is entrepreneurship? It is the pursuit of opportunities. It's this man with his chasing a butterfly that represents visually that entrepreneurial idea. Now, the window is there because there's generally a window of time. And that's why there's also the sand clock there, because time will run out. Now, if you pursue this opportunity within the window of time before the sand runs out, you will hopefully create not only financial value, in whatever currency you feel like using. But we find at our university that, and I think this is in the spirit of the sustainability aspect of this conference, that venture also creates environmental value and social value at the same time. It will be that much more successful, in particular, even financially. Now, what is technology entrepreneurship? It's just a slight twist on this Big Tent definition of entrepreneurship. Instead of people in suits like I am wearing today, it's people in white coats. It's the researchers, it's the technologists, it's the medicine folk who are coming up with great new discoveries to change the world. And how do we, and then they want to do this in a way that not only supports themselves, but their universities and makes a difference socially and environmentally. And maybe make a little bit of money along the way. Now, one of the reasons why I want to talk about this today is that the way we prepare PhD students in the science, technologies, engineering, and maths is to become professors, to stay at the universities, to stay at the lab bench and keep making great discoveries. The problem is, the challenge is that, at least in the US, over 50% of PhDs in the STEM areas go to industry. And this is data collected by our National Science Foundation of the US in a 2019 survey. And this varies based on discipline. Over 70% of engineers go into industry, and as little as maybe 40% of life science PhDs go into industry. But overall, a substantial amount of people who are trained to be in the laboratory are going or leaving the university laboratory and working in industry. And this is not what they were trained to do. Now, interesting about this statistic is that this statistic is stable over time. Over the past 20 years, we see that on average, 47% of the PhDs in the US in STEM disciplines are going into business and industry, 44% are going into education, and 9% are going into government-funded labs. And this is not changing over time. So what is it now? So we really need to be concerned about this. Now, I've been talking primarily about the US, and I see some hands are going up and there's some questions coming up in the chat. Please, if you can be patient until the end of my talk, I'd be happy to answer questions then. If we look globally across the world, and we have this graph here, and this graph is from the OECD, the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation. And the vertical axis is the number of researchers per capita in a country, and the horizontal axis is the percentage of GDP going toward R&D. So as you can see across OECD countries across the world, there is variation. It tends to follow this one vertical line. The two large circles, the orange is the US, the blue is China. Unfortunately, Indonesia is not on this chart. I've looked very carefully, I couldn't find it. So I apologize to my honored guests. So there is some difference across the world in terms of how many PhD students are probably going into industry. But I think in the end, the trend is the same. We primarily train our PhD students for the lab at the university, but not for industry. And this is happening all across the globe. Now, those macro market trends we see, what does it mean at the micro level? To some professors, in particular in Scotland, one of Professor Suhar Johnson's colleagues at the University of Strathclyde and a PhD student of mine, Mark Johnson, back in 2013, interviewed over 30 professors at universities across Scotland and did surveys of over 900. And he found that there was a multitude of reasons why professors wanted to engage in entrepreneurship. Some were doing it, as is shown in the upper left-hand corner of this diagram, because they were open to change and they were thinking beyond themselves and they wanted to make a difference in the world beyond academia. The other end, there were some who were more interested in security, who just wanted to make sure that their research group survived. You go to the lower right-hand corner, some are there because of the reputation that it brings them, and others just find it interesting personally. So there's many reasons why PhD students and professors engage in entrepreneurship. I think in the end, I'm pretty atheistic about why they do it, as long as they do it. Now, this belief of mine is not only a belief, but it's also based in fact and in data. There was a study conducted in 2006, unfortunately not by myself, but by Professor Agarwal, MIT faculty, in the 1990s in the areas of mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and computer science. And he looked at over 124 licensing agreements. And he found that if the scientist who made the discovery was actually engaged in the entrepreneurial process, was actually engaged in the commercialization process, that not only was it more successful in terms of commercialization, but it made more money. In particular, he found that on average, these MIT scientists were spending 763 hours per year working on the commercialization project. And that if they only spent 100 more hours per year or 2 hours per week, 2 more hours per week in working with the industry partner, they increased the chance of successful commercialization by 23% for only 2 hours a week. And for 10% more inventor engagement, which is also about 2 hours per week, they also increased royalties back to the university by 30%. Why might this be the case? One of the simplest reasons is that you can only, when we do our research, we can only write so many things down, and that some of it is stuck in the head of the researcher. And only through the interaction, the social interaction between the industry researcher and the university researcher does that knowledge come out. So it's critical that we at least, even if our STEM PhDs aren't becoming entrepreneurs, they're not becoming industry researchers, at least they have to speak the language of business to be able, or at least have to understand what the business folk are saying. Now, 2 examples I wanted to show of programs here in the US, which are promoting the training of PhD students in the STEM disciplines to become more entrepreneurial, or at least to speak this language of entrepreneurship. The premier program in the US is called, from our National Science Foundation, called ICOR. It's been going for over 10 years. They've trained over 1,000 teams nationally. And their goal is to take that professor with the great idea, and they're the PI, the project lead. There's one of their grad students will be the entrepreneurial lead, and an industry, this PhD student who might be going to industry anyway, and an experienced person from industry work together in teams of 3. And they're put under a lot of pressure. They're turning coal and charcoal into diamonds. So in 7 weeks, they're expected to do 100 customer discovery interviews. This is a lot of work. This is hard. They designed the program this way to represent what real world entrepreneurship looks like. So this is, I think, the national gold standard in the US. Now, one program which I've been working on, which has been funded by our health ministry, our National Institutes of Health, is called ITREP. And here we work with a collection of 6 other states here in the northeastern part of the US. And we're primarily working with states who have not the biggest of cities. We're not talking about New York. We're not talking about Boston. We're talking about those more rural states who have smaller public universities who nonetheless are engaged in cool and interesting and cutting edge research. So our ITREP program, we basically create a classroom education experience at a lot lower cost than ICOR. But I think more important, because we're taking folks who have never thought about entrepreneurship before and letting them put their feet in the water for the first time. And through a 1-week summer course, we help introduce them to this concept that even, that a lot of the skills you have as a biomedical researcher and a discoverer of new biomedical findings, you can apply that same discovery spirit in entrepreneurial endeavors, in business endeavors. And we have proven 5 years in a row that between the beginning and end of the week that we actually raise their entrepreneurial identity of the people involved. Now, I could talk a little bit more about other research I've worked on. This is something I've been working on for a long time. I've started doing this back at the University of Strathclyde back around 2011. In 2014, Andrew Nelson, who's the University of Oregon, and I put together a special issue of the International Journal, the Journal of Technology Transfer. And our special issue was about universities and technology and entrepreneurship education. And one of the really interesting findings that came out of it is that it's not just the classroom teaching, which is important. It's not just the ITREP programs or the ICOR programs, but it's also very important. All 3 of the authors, honored authors who wrote these articles, said we don't only have to teach entrepreneurship, but we have to redesign the university to make it more entrepreneurial. And that's the only way to make it more successful. Now, this is not easy. It's important. And it's really important if we want to have successful partnerships between technology research at universities and industry partners who are bringing new products and devices to the world. Now, there was a recent call, this came out this very year, that Carter and a dozen other researchers in Science one of the premier science journals out there in the world. They specifically called this change, this need for a change in how universities work, they called it out. And they said, we really need to hit at something which is the heart of academia. So I might scare some academics in the room now, but they talked about an organization they're forming called the Promotion, Tenure, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship Coalition, which includes over 50 universities in the US. Unfortunately, not mine just yet, but hopefully in the future. And the goal of this organization is to say, if we make more entrepreneurial universities, we not only have to change how we measure entrepreneurship universities, but also how we hire employees, how we promote employees, how we grant them lifetime contracts, how we grant them tenure. That their personnel, the human resource evaluation criteria has to be made more entrepreneurial. I know this might be scary, and you might be saying, do we really, really, really need to change how we hire and promote our professors? I'm not the only one saying this. Roach and Sauerman in an article in PLS 1 back in 2017 said, and this gets back to that market data I presented at the start, there is unfortunately worldwide a declining interest in academic careers. Fewer people are interested in getting PhDs, fewer people are interested in becoming university professors. And this, personally, I find scary. Interestingly, in their research, they find it's not the availability of professorial jobs, which is the problem, not research funding, which we always complain about, which is the problem, which is scaring them away. But they're being scared away because they don't see an alignment in what they want to do to change the world and what a typical academic is promoted and given rewards for. So if we don't change how universities are doing business, one, our economies won't be as successful, they won't be as technological, but we might be losing out, we might be scaring away some potentially really clever and smart PhD students and future professors. And this was a study done at over 39 top US universities. So with that, I want to wrap up my talk here. It's been about 15 minutes so far, so I'm right on time. Just wanted to remind you of the central question I posed here. How can we equip our STEM PhDs and professors, our science, technology, engineering, maths students for entrepreneurship in the future? We discussed what is technology entrepreneurship, how it creates value, both financially, socially, and environmentally. Through research, we talked about some of the macro and micro forces driving STEM PhDs and professors in the US and around the world. We talked about why it's important to do this training, how we might be able to do this, and beyond the training itself, how we might begin to think about redesigning our universities to better respect and be more inclusive of folks who are interested in this entrepreneurial path. So with that, I'd like to wrap up my talk and say thank you very much to the organizers of this conference and return the floor to the MC.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eric, for your presentation. Very enthusiastic to listen, inspiring your presentation. Mr. Eric shared how to train PhD to work as an entrepreneur. So he said how to redesign our university for PhD student, not only be a student, not only study or focus for academic, but also be an entrepreneur, right? So we continue our conference for the second speaker, Mr. Eko Suhartanto, PhD. Good morning, Mr. Eko.
Hello, good morning.
Okay. Mr. Eko Suhartanto, PhD, Head of Association of Indonesian Entrepreneurship Educator. So before Mr. Eko present, I would like to reading his CV. Okay. Eko Suhartanto, PhD, Chief of Indonesian Entrepreneurship Educators Association, or Perwira Indonesia, Director of Learning Experience and Academic Administration, University Prasetya Mulia. He graduated bachelor degree from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia, and the second, he graduated master degree from Indonesia, the same institute, Institut Teknologi Bandung, and then the last, he graduated from Glasgow, UK, Strathclyde Business School, for PhD degree. So, Mr. Eko, as a Chief of Indonesian Entrepreneurship Educator Association, we now have many experience to how to educate the student how to be entrepreneur in university, and I hope Mr. Eko can share their experience in this morning. Mr. Eko, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. May I share my screen, please?
Please.
Okay. Okay. Okay, just to confirm, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, the Honorable Director General Ministry of Education, Mr. Wikan Sakarianto, and also the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang, Vice Rectors, Deans, Head of Study Program.
Sorry, Mr. Eko, Makassar. Universitas Negeri
Universitas
Makassar.
Negeri Makassar.
Right.
Deans, Head of Study Program, and also distinguished speakers, especially Eric Monson. He was my former supervisor in Strathclyde Business School. Okay, today I would like to share the ideas about entrepreneurship education ecosystem for sustainable development. So let me first refresh some terms, some ideas about entrepreneurship ecosystem, entrepreneurship education that I believe you all have been familiar before. First, amongst many models of entrepreneurship, I follow the model of entrepreneurship that define entrepreneurship as the process carried out by entrepreneurs to search for an opportunity and capitalize the opportunity by drawing up a team and gathering the required resources. So, following this definition, entrepreneurship education is a method, is a way where students practice creating, finding, and acting on opportunities. So basically, in doing or in designing entrepreneurship education, it is necessary to create some activities, any kind of activities, to push students, practicing, creating, and acting on opportunities. So it's to push students how to, of course, it is very important for us as the educators to allow students know how to search the opportunity, now how to search the necessarily entrepreneurial capital to capitalize the opportunities, but it's not enough. We need to make the student to practice on it. Second, it's about ecosystem. Okay, I borrow a biology concept called ecosystem, in which ecosystem is a community of living organism in conjunction with the non-living component of their environment. They interacting as a system, means they have a common purpose. In the ecosystem, living and non-living individuals link together through nutrient cycle and energy flow. Different ecosystem has different outcome, has different purposes, has different process and different kind of living and non-living individual. For instance, of course, forest ecosystem is different with sea ecosystem. They have different component. They have different living and non-living individuals. They have different flow in terms of nutrient cycle and energy. Similarly, entrepreneurship ecosystem also has outcome, process, and component. The component of entrepreneurship ecosystem are any entrepreneurial resources, either tangible and intangible, such as machine, material, money, method, certification, and etc. So this is the non-living component. And the living components are entrepreneurs themselves and other actors, such as employees, investors, government, and etc. This component interacts in a process of venture creation to provide added value as the main purpose. So keep in mind, and the purpose of entrepreneurship ecosystem is value creation, and there are processes. There are processes within this ecosystem, and the process are conducted by the interaction between the non-living and living component. The living component, of course, the entrepreneurs and other individuals. Okay, when in the biological ecosystem there are exchange between nutrient and energy, in entrepreneurship ecosystem there are exchange of material and information. I would like to emphasize the exchange of information as the important process in entrepreneurship ecosystem. Okay, well, exchange of material is also important, so that's why we can see some kind of cluster, a business cluster. Yeah. So in this cluster, the exchange between material is made to smooth as possible. And right now, okay, we have a digital technology, information technology, and etc. It's make us easier to exchange the information. How about the entrepreneurship education ecosystem? It is a more specific entrepreneurship ecosystem in which the outcomes is can be student entrepreneur level, student business venture, university venture, and combination of them. To achieve this outcome, it needs a process through any entrepreneurship education activities. Can be curriculum, co-curricular, research, and etc. that are supported by resources and stakeholders. And what are the stakeholders and what are the resources? Okay. In general term, the stakeholders or actors in an entrepreneurship education ecosystem, of course, can be university management or school management and supporting staff, lecturers, student, of course, and networks. This is the important part, I believe. Can be parents, alumni, business communities, government, and etc. These stakeholders, this actor will interact between them, and also with the resources. Can be tangible and intangible resources. The intangible resources such as culture, policies, rules, standard operating procedure, intellectual capital such as patent, brand knowledge, and etc. Organization partnership, information system, potential market or demand, and also the tangible ones like financial resources, infrastructure, machine, material, etc. So the question is, how the entrepreneurship education ecosystem should be designed or redesigned to anticipate the sustainable development challenge and opportunities. What are the challenges? First, economic and equality. Yeah, we need to acknowledge that the Gini index is continue to grow, continue to increase, is increasing, either in Indonesia and in the world. So it means that in the past, entrepreneurship activities maybe contribute to economic inequality. Then how the future entrepreneurship should help achieving economic inequality. To achieve economic equality instead of increasing the economic inequality. Okay. Second, environment degradation, air pollution, deforestation, marine pollution, and etc. And well, within two years period, it seems that we more and more acknowledge about the importance of the environment due to pandemic. So we need to value the environment more and more. Well, it happened perhaps in the past, entrepreneurship activity maybe contribute to this problem. Then for the future, how we design entrepreneurship activities to help environment restoration. And the third challenge is the marginal people. People lost jobs, the quality of life is decreasing, and etc. Perhaps because of the industrialization, and well, and other entrepreneurship activities. So it's like entrepreneurship activities has two sides, a good side and somehow a bad side. So we need to think for the future, how the future entrepreneurship activities can help create a better job opportunities. And the fourth, it is challenge and also opportunities. The emergence of technology 4.0 with the ability of this technology to make the thinking and communicating amongst things. So everything right now is going to automate. It's going to automate more and more automate. The consequence, first, of course, it can is the business. So doing business right now is more effective and more efficient. And also the technology, the cutting edge technology, unfortunately, can replace the old jobs. Even they can the technology 4.0 can also create a new job. So this is challenge and opportunities. So how the emergence of technology 4.0 should not increase the economic inequality, environment degradation, and not to increase people marginalization. Instead, how the emergence of technology 4.0 in the entrepreneurship ecosystem can help achieving economic equality, environment restoration, and empowering people. Well, it can happen, it might happen if there are new ways in educate the future entrepreneurs so that there are new behaviors, there are new business model. It might start from putting the ideas about the sustainable development in mind. I gave an example what we have done in S1 Business Prastia Mulia. First, we don't stop to student entrepreneurial level, student business venture, and university venture as the outcomes of the entrepreneurship education activities. Instead, we go through to the benefit for society and environment as the ultimate goals of the entrepreneurship education activities. So the outcome of entrepreneurship education should be related to the society and environment benefit. It means that the higher student entrepreneur level, the higher their interest to the society and environment problem and solution. Thus, entrepreneurship education activities should provide opportunities for students to interact with the society, and then identifying the significant problem, push them to identify the significant society problem, a significant environmental problem, and push them to propose the solution and of course implement the solution. Okay, we in S1 Business Prastia Mulia since 2008 created a kind of activities called community development program with the outcome of first to increase the student social awareness, to increase the villagers entrepreneur level, and to create a business venture in the village. So these activities actually was conducted in a village, in many villages in West Java province, and the long-term benefit for the society and environment. First, creating jobs, so it will reduce the urbanization, increasing villagers' income, so it can help to increase economic quality and optimize natural resources, because we use natural resource as the main material for the business. Okay, since 2008 we have worked in tens of village within around 9 districts within 3 agencies in West Java province. This program is conducted every year except 2020, 2021 due to the COVID pandemic. We created 3 kind of program: primary, secondary, and social program. Basically, the primary program was the business creation for the villagers. We started the business creation by creating and identifying villagers who are potentially become entrepreneurs. Our creating team worked for around 3 months to find around 140 potential villagers to match with our group of students. A group of students consists of 7 to 8 students. Well, right now we have around 1,200 student intakes, but when we started in 2008, we still a small study program with like less than 90 student intake. So at that time we start with just 8 group of students. Then each group of students will stay in a village for a month. They blend with the villagers' family, hand in hand, develop the business, and then after living in village activity ended, our students still maintain the business for 1 semester, 4 months. So they will regularly come to the village to mentoring the villagers. And this is the impact from 2008 to 2017. So this is 10 years data. We have a survey, in-depth interview, and etc. Most of the business type actually still food and beverage, more than 80%. And the good news is more than 1/3 of the business in the village is still survive. Why? Because the villagers very much rely on the business. Yeah. And the other good news is some of them have employees right now, and the employees are the villagers itself. So it can well, in a macro level, it can increase the village welfare. And the secondary program is an activities created by group of students for each village. So it's like one village, one secondary program. For instance, cooking and business class for the moms, because when we come to the village, there are expectations for the villagers, but unfortunately, we cannot implement this primary program for the all villagers. So we need to create secondary program that involve all the villagers, that open opportunity for
Mr. Eko? Yeah, we still waiting, Mr. Eko. Yeah, maybe.
Sorry for the disconnection.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is the last slide. So basically, we need to create the secondary and the social program to avoid unnecessary jealousy from the villages. So the presence of our student in the village should create benefit for all. Okay, to wrap up my presentation.
Can you
share
screen?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Should I? Okay. I need to share screen.
Even though the last slide.
Just to wrap up my presentation, to design the entrepreneurship education ecosystem, we should start from the end, from the ultimate goals. And I suggest the ultimate goal is related to the society and environment benefit. And then we need to set the kind of short-term measurable outcome, like student entrepreneurship level, student entrepreneurship social awareness level, student business venture, and etc. And then we think about the activities to make it happen, to make them happen. What kind of activities? And then, of course, to support the activities, need resources, need actors, stakeholders, and other non-living resources. So we identify. I suggest that we start with what we have, and I believe Universitas Negeri Makassar have a lot resources that can be capitalized. The challenge right now is, of course, to define the ultimate outcomes. Okay, thank you very much for the time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eko, for your presentation. Comprehensive to explain about entrepreneurship education ecosystem. Many point I note. He also share one of model of entrepreneurship and synergy and collaboration of stakeholder, challenge and opportunity technology 4.0, and also he share about implementation of program to development in community. Thank you, Mr. Eko Suhartanto. The next, we invite third speaker, Mr. Wikan Sakarinto, ST MSc PhD. Good morning, Mr. Wikan Sakarinto. Good morning, Pak Dirjen.
Good morning.
Oh, okay. Welcome.
Sorry.
Okay. Before Mr. Wikan Sakarinto present, I would like to reading CV. Okay. Wikan Sakarinto, ST, MSc PhD. Now his position is Director General of Vocational Education Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of Republic of Indonesia. His educational background, he graduated from senior high school in 1993, diploma mechanical engineering from Gajah Mada University, graduate 1997, and the next he graduate Bachelor of Mechanical Engineering, the same university, Gajah Mada University. The next Master of Mechanical Engineering, Twente University, Netherlands, and Dortmund University, German in 2005. And finally, he graduated Mechanical Engineering for PhD from Kobe University, Japan. Now, we invite Mr. Wikan Sakarinto to present their material. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much to all ladies and gentlemen, and to all leaders from university, polytechnics, teachers, researchers, industry leaders, and all ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to re-mention that the entrepreneurs, those who are really need for the future of Indonesia, at least we need approximately 4 new millions entrepreneurs in Indonesia. 4 millions new entrepreneurs for Indonesia. If we want to ensure the demographic bonus to be the real bonus of Indonesia, not burden, or maybe not disasters. And it's been quite a while that the subject of entrepreneurs has been officially within our curriculum since years ago. We know that. And we may have known that there are quite a lot of investment or budget that we deploy to universities, polytechnics, or even to the schools to create entrepreneurs, from the students in the university level and maybe as well in SMK level. But however, we can see we still quite far away to the point in which we can declare, okay, we made it to create entrepreneurs. Not yet. So even more, the entrepreneur subject has been officially within our curriculum. We still face quite serious challenge to to deal with how to create the real entrepreneurs, because maybe the teachers, they are not entrepreneurs, but they teach entrepreneur subject. Teachers have not yet had experience to build the real company, to fail, to lose money, or maybe to have the monthly tension. What's that monthly tension? The last day in 1 month that we have to provide the money for the salary of our employees. If during 1 month the offset or the income still not yet in the fixed balance, what so-called break-even point, then we have to invest. So that is experience that maybe teachers, they don't have it. They don't have, but they teach entrepreneurs. And you know what? There are a lot of students. There are a lot of students of Indonesia. They kind of have a dream to be not entrepreneurs, but maybe to be doctors, or to be the head of organizations, not to be the entrepreneurs. So I think this is the mindset of our people that we have to deal with. We have to change that. Prasetya Mulia, the speakers, Pak Eko, the previous speakers, I myself, I'm quite familiar with the reputation of Prasetya Mulia, that the University of Prasetya Mulia is so seriously creating the real entrepreneurs or entrepreneurial curriculum within the university. But it's still not rare. I mean, not so many. Still, there are more universities, more schools in Indonesia. They just only applied official subject of entrepreneurs, but they do not teach the real entrepreneurs. Teaching students, coaching students to be the real entrepreneurs, it's like make them to learn how to swim. The best way for students so that they can be a good swimmer, the best way to learn, just put them into the pool or put them into the sea, the real sea. Try the business, try to start the business and feel the loss of the money and learn from your failures. So I think that's the first thing that I would like to mention to give the context on what that I would like to present. Okay. So we are from the Minister of Education and Cultures and also Research. So we are responsible in this mission, BMW or BMW in Indonesia. There are only three possibilities of our graduates: working, B, bekerja, or pursuing study, further study, or melanjutkan studi, or wirausaha, entrepreneurs. So how we make sure that our curriculum will come up with this scheme? I remember some teachers, some lecturers who conduct entrepreneurship subject in the curriculum, they still demand the students even that student have made it in the business. So it's more into mindset. Why that student should follow the class if they're already a good entrepreneurs, they're already good to have a good business. So this is the mindset. This is just the mindset. So coming back, this is one thing that we have to. I'm quite impressed with the Prasetya Mulia. Even my second son, his dream is to be an entrepreneur. So I'm thinking of sending my son to study and maybe in the future in Prasetya Mulia, because I'm quite impressed. I'm quite convinced that the student in Prasetya Mulia, they learn how to swim and they put the students into the real pool or into the sea. So this is the challenge. This is a challenge. And I would like to see not BMW, but VBM. Okay. Entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship. That is the thing that I would like to see within our students. You see, competence. Graduates will depend on their competence. Competence, not only hard skills, but more soft skills and characters. Integrity, leadership, communication skills. Okay, this one. Communication skills, leadership, teamwork, presentation skills, creativity, English, critical thinking, digital skills, and etc. So how we can quite make a rapid change on the curriculum. And not only curriculum, rapid change on our mindset of teaching. I want to see that. I want to see our teachers change their mindset in teaching. Just, we can see there are too much things within our curriculum that will be useless in the future. I mean, not useless, but the graduates will not use the competence sets within the curriculum. There are quite more competence set that will not be used during their real life in the future. But this one, communication skills, leadership, teamwork, presentation, it will be last forever. This will last forever, long lasting. So this is one thing. Second thing that I would like to mention, how we can really improve or change, modify the curriculum. Not only hard skills in the beginning, but more into soft skills and characters. I think this is not only the responsibility for the university level. This should be the responsibility from the elementary school level, I think, that the curriculum should be changed, should be improved. So don't too much on cognitive, but please confirm the soft skills, and then passion, visions, and interests will be built, will be clearly built, and then hard skills will last forever. If we use the blue concept, hard skills, cognitive, and we do not care on soft skills and characters, then it's going to be, we will not see more entrepreneurs will be built, will be created in Indonesia. So I think this is also one thing that we have to shift. So coming back into here, entrepreneurships, it's so much on soft skills and characters. Okay, not too much on hard skills. If we are focusing on hard skill too much, then now I cannot expect that we will have more entrepreneurs in the future. Okay, I myself from Director General of Vocational Education, Diksi, and we are responsible on higher educations and also SMK. So we can also expect entrepreneurs can be created from SMK level. Well, it's kind of fine, but yeah, it's still coming back into our mindset. If we can deal with the mindset change in the education level in elementary schools, then we will see more opportunity to create more entrepreneurs from SMK level, and yeah, maybe eventually and from higher education level. Link and match. Link and match, this is also the thing that we can depend on to create more entrepreneurs. So I mentioned the curriculum should be synchronized with industries. Okay, one thing. More soft skills and more characters building rather than hard skills and cognitive. But I do not say, I never say hard skill is not important. Hard skill is important. You see, this is hard skills times soft skills multiplied by character. So if hard skill is 0, then competence will be 0 as well. Okay, but you see, curriculum should be synchronized with industry, and please take care of soft skills and character building. How? Project-based learning should be more and more project-based learning within the curriculum and teaching method. If we teach too much on teacher-centered learning, then it's going to be hard to see more entrepreneurs will be created in Indonesia. Okay, this one may be quite also fine. Visiting teachers or visiting experts from industry should be also the teachers. Internship somehow can be working out to create entrepreneurs. For example, minimum of 1 semesters or maybe more, even more, maybe 2 or 3 semesters can be as well, but minimally 1 semester. We deploy our students in industries, okay, not only to specifically make our students to be the worker, but okay, let the students join the industries, of course, to be the worker there, but see the opportunity and use the opportunity. See around what's happening in industry and how you can be part of the suppliers, for example. So internship can be also useful to create the future entrepreneurs. See, and this one also the rest maybe applied research can be also useful. Students can be trained to conduct the applied research in a group and supervised by the professor, our teachers. But they should develop the real product that later will be delivered to the market. Applied research can be also useful to entrepreneurship. Maybe last slide, this one last slide. Yeah, I happen to follow the presentation from the previous speaker from Prastya Mulia, and I'm quite happy seeing that Prastya Mulia education system is already merdeka. It's already Merdeka Belajar, I think. It's already Kampus Merdeka. Because I saw this from the slides, student exchange. So Kampus Merdeka is, I think, a great ecosystem to come up for Indonesia to have more entrepreneurs, especially here, number 8, entrepreneurial activities. So we can imagine if the students, they manage to understand or to define what their passion is. Now, what's the dream? What's their dream? Oh, to be entrepreneurs. So they can focus 1, 2, or even maximally 3 semesters away from the campus. Yeah, not away from campus. I mean, away from the regular education scheme, but they can be also still staying in the laboratorium, but for entrepreneurial activities. So this is very, very promising for me. Yeah, but not only number 8, maybe humanitarian project. It can be sociopreneurship for number 5. Independent project micro credential. This is also can be also potential for entrepreneurship scheme. Community service program can be also quite relevant with sociopreneurship. See, research can be also quite relevant if they can come up with the real product that they can deliver to the market. That's entrepreneurship. Internship I mentioned previously can be also potential for entrepreneurship. Okay, so number 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 can be quite relevant. Can be quite relevant for entrepreneurship mission of Indonesia. So I think that's all my my thought that I can share to every one of you. Again, it comes back. So it's coming back to the curriculum. That's number 1. How much the curriculum will be improved or will be shifted or will be modified. And number 2, the teaching method. Number 3, the teacher itself. Number 4, soft skills and characters. Number 5, Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka. So these are all 5 aspects of all my slides that I've shown to you. So thank you very much, Bapak Moderator. Thank you very much for the time. I think that's all my presentations. Back to you, Pak Moderator. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Dirjen Vokasi, Mr. Wikhan, for your presentation. Very enthusiastic to listen, inspiring your presentation. Holistic to explain about condition entrepreneurship and education institution in Indonesia, especially vocational education. Important point, how we really change the curriculum to prepare our students have competence, not only hard skill, but also soft skill and character in SMK or university level. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 speakers present, now we going to next agenda to reading question from participant. Operator, can you help me to share question from participant? Yeah, we can choose only three question. Yeah. Okay, this is from Dian Fadila. The first, who can then be followed up by the institution or university as a concrete effort in the realization of the generation aspire and not just limited to theory. Yeah, this is the first question. The next from Dian Fadila. Dian Fadila, the next. Oh, this is Dian Fadila. Okay. Oh, this is Afia. I really write first. I really interest Mr. Wikan said teacher in Indonesia just teach entrepreneurship, but they are not an entrepreneur. Yeah, how to respond this problem? Yeah, okay, the second. And the next, the final. The next, how to say, Maybe the other. Yeah. What? Oh, this is what is going. Oh yeah, okay. This is. I know this is from Mr. Ramley. Yeah. What is being done to create and build a business in the mindset of business slum due to the COVID-19 pandemic? Okay, this is three question for speaker. Oh, how to measure growth mindset? Okay, maybe four question. Yeah. Okay, this is for Mr. Eric, from Mr. Alam, how to measure of growth mindset in university and its impact to institution. Okay. Baik, we have four questions from Dian Fadila, from Afia, from Professor Ramli, and Mr. Alamin. Okay, the first. So now we invite the speaker to answer the question. I give a chance to.
Excuse me, can I? Excuse me.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I answer the first question, since I'm very sorry. Unfortunately, I have other agenda.
Okay. Siap.
I have to move.
Yeah. Please, time's yours to answer the question, Bapak Dirjen.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you very much. Sorry. So, yes, indeed, this is a big problem of us. If the curriculum still not too much supportive for creating entrepreneurship, since the teachers of Indonesia, they are not entrepreneurs. So this is the serious problem. I'm sure Pak Eko from Prasya Mulia, I think he's also entrepreneur. If he's not entrepreneur, how can he teach entrepreneur? How can he teach entrepreneurship? I myself, I have tried 14 business, and 11 of them completely failed. It made me kind of a big loss of 100 million rupiah. I lost a lot. And 3 of them still running up to now. So I am an entrepreneur. Even if compared to Mas Nadiem Makarim, still it's like the sky and the earth, you know. I myself still in the ground. Mas Nadiem, it's already flying in the sky. But I am an entrepreneur. So this year we spent quite some billion rupiah to train the teachers of SMK and also teachers in vocational higher education system to change their mindset, training of mindset, training of leadership, training of communication skills. So we invest quite a lot of money to train nearly 30,000 teachers in 1 year. But still, it's not a 100% guarantee that they will change after the training. Some of them only expect the certificate, I know that. But that is the thing that we have to deal with. We also invest even bigger money for developing building and equipments. Yes, but for me, that's number 2 or number 3. Number 1 is the human resource. Change the mindset. change the way of thinking. Okay, that's one thing. Number two, curriculum. We are now improving or modifying curriculum, not only in SMK or in higher education, university, but also in elementary schools, junior high schools, and also senior high schools. We improve. As you can see, there is no more UN. There is no more one system, one way to measure the competence of graduate. No, UN is only one thing. So we don't apply UN. Instead of UN, we apply minimum competency measurement. What is that? Literacy, numeracy, and critical thinking and creativity. You see, this is more supportive ecosystem for entrepreneurship. Just believe me, curriculum, we are improving that. Okay, and I can mention there are a lot more regulations that we are now improving, modifying, and etc. So I think that's my my response for the AFIA questions. So first thing is we improve the mindset of the teachers. Yeah, but I'm sorry, still only 30,000 teachers. There are millions, so we got to do more on the remaining teachers, curriculum as well, and the regulations. We improving that, but it takes time. You see, it takes time. But now we are making the big change. I hope within few years from now we can see the result. So thank you very much, Pak Moderator. Back to you.
Pak Dirjen, before maybe you have another agenda after this, before you leave this Zoom, organizing committee prepare a certificate for you. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, please share the certificate. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Probably to give you a certificate for your chance to present your idea for this conference. Big applause for Bapak Dirjen, Bapak Wikan Sakarinto.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah, I wish you health and have a good day.
Okay,
forever. Thank you very much. And I hope we can really create successful entrepreneurs of Indonesia for the future. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now we invite the second speaker to answer the question. We invite Mr. Eko Suhartanto, PhD. Time's yours.
Okay. First, according to the stage, how to develop the entrepreneurship education ecosystem. Well, let's think like an ecosystem. Basically, an ecosystem has a common purpose. So when Universitas Negeri Makassar declare its vision as to be the entrepreneurial university, then what is the common purpose as the entrepreneurial university? And then how to measure the achievement, the future achievement of those common purpose. It is measured by the entrepreneurial level of the student, of the faculty, or of the lecturer, or it is a measure by the number of the ventures or the business organization within the university or created by the student or what. So first of all, define define the ultimate goal clearly and how this goal will impact to the society and the environment. Even it cannot measure in the short term, then define how it's measured in the long term. Okay. After that, define the necessary activities. I always say, I agree with Mr. Wikan. Activities is most important because through the activities, student not only learn cognitively, but also learn how to, and they get experiences, and basically experiences is the best teacher, because based on the experiences, student will doing a kind of iteration. Yeah. So the university should provide a space to iterate. Yeah. Space to iterate the business concept and etc. And then in doing those activities, what sporting resources and stakeholders needed. So okay, and once this university clear about this common purpose and then the activities and then the required resources, then step by step fulfill the resources. Well, I don't want to say that creating entrepreneurship education is that complex. No, but I want to say that it is need iteration. Make it simple in mind, but iterate. Okay. There is no 100% perfection in the first hand, but iteration will make it perfect. Well, a bit experience I need to let you know. I and Professor Agus Suhati at that time in 2005, we design S1 Business Prasetya started only with 80 students, but in the first year, 15% of them cannot continue the study because we have a quite high standard at that time. The model, etc., was not perfect yet, but we refine the curriculum every year. So every year we have a kind of meeting between faculty member, between lecturers, and we discuss what's going on in every spot of teaching, and then we iterate again and again and now we are. That's how to create the ecosystem basically. And don't worry, because if you still remember the theory of gravity, theory of gravity. When you have a mass, then you will be a magnet. Then you will make the required resources come to you. So you need to have a sufficient mass, and it needs effort, it needs iteration. This is my answer, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eko Sortanto. Comprehensive answer. Okay, the last speaker we invite to Mr. Eric Morrison to answer the question. Time's yours.
All right. Well, thank you very much. This is a very interesting question. How to measure growth mindset in a university. I would almost counter that. I would prefer to answer a slightly different question, because growth implies going in one direction, going always upwards. And as we just heard from Dr. Eko Sortanto, entrepreneurship is iterative. It goes in circles. So what we should be doing, instead of measuring how quickly a university grows, we should be measuring how quickly a university recreates itself. It goes in circles. Now, one way to do this was suggested in Dr. Suartanto's answer was potentially looking at how many new courses you're offering at a university in a year. It could also be how many new degree programs you're offering in a year, how many new students, how many new things are going on, because this is what entrepreneurship is truly about. It's creating value in new and different ways. So you have to measure what's going on at the university that's representing new things. It could be numbers of patents. This is a very traditional measure of a university producing new things. We could measure publications, but I think patents are a better measure of that. It could also be the number of grants and contracts they're getting from industry for creating new products and developing new processes. These are how you measure this. I would not necessarily say a growth mindset, but a creativity mindset, creative mindset, an innovative mindset. And this is how we do it. And this is how it's been done in industry. One of the classic examples in terms of corporate entrepreneurship, an area that Dr. Suartanto and I share a lot of interest in, is I looked at the company 3M in the US, which in the pandemic you may have gotten to know because they make a lot of masks, but they also make a lot of other technologies. And one of their most famous inventions is the sticky note or the Post-it note. And they were able to do this because they had a measurement in place. They said at least a quarter of our new products have to have been developed. If we look at the revenues from new products, they have to come from products that were developed in the past 3 years. And this is a corporate goal. So I think if we as universities want to be creative and have a creative entrepreneurial mindset, we have to measure things which represent new things. We also, of course, have to give the other part is give the professors space and time to come up with new things because, as we all know, teaching and research and administrative duties are very time-consuming, very energy-consuming. So one of the things that 3M did to make sure that they had a entrepreneurial mindset as a company was they gave people at least 15% of the time to work on new projects of their own choosing. And only when you enable people, give people the choice of what they're pursuing, will they feel, oh, I can be entrepreneurial. So this would be my answer to your question, an indirect answer to, instead of how do we measure a growth mindset, how do we measure and create and promote a creativity mindset at the university? And down the road, we'll see this impact. We'll see students who are creating new businesses and are hiring former employees. We're seeing professors and their graduates. We want to keep the professors at the university, but their graduate students will go off and create new companies in their part of the country. And they will hire former students from their university. And this will be the longer term impact. We'll see by just the creation of new jobs in new industries in ways we haven't seen before. So that is my answer to the question. So thank you very much to Alam Yin for posing the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Eric Monson. So this is the final time for this session. Please, organizing committee to prepare a certificate. Okay, this is for Mr. Eric Monson, PhD. This is your certificate. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Yeah. Please give big applause to our speaker. Yeah, okay. The next certificate for Mr. Eko Suartanto. Wait a moment, Mr. Eko. Okay, this is certificate for Mr. Eko Suartanto. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally we complete this first session, and many information, many inspiring for our speaker. And once again, please give big applause to our speaker. Okay, information for participant. We meet again at 1 p.m. Central Indonesian time for a break, lunch, and prayer. Okay, good afternoon. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Eric. Thank you, Mr. Eko. We can meet again for the next conference or meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So may we leave the Zoom meeting now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Information, we meet again for the second session at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Central Indonesian time. And for participant, every session you have to fill the options. Okay, thank you. See you at 1 p.m. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. We're waiting around 5 minutes to begin the second session. Assalamualaikum, Mr. Dato Haji Abdul Fattah bin Abdullah.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillah.
Ya, Bapak sana. Apa khabar?
Alhamdulillah.
Sana di selamat sore ya? Siang?
Selamat siang.
Siang lah.
Selamat siang.
Makassar. Makassar. Oh, sebelah sana.
Makassar.
Kamu waktu dengan kita ya? Sulawesi.
Bagaimana kabar Kuala Lumpur?
Kuala Lumpur, alhamdulillah.
Sehat?
COVID kita pun dah semakin turun dia punya number yang positifnya sudah turun.
Positif, alhamdulillah.
Semakin turun lah.
Semakin turun.
Dulu 5 angka, 10,000 atas lah. Sekarang tinggal 8 angka, 4 angka lah.
Okey.
Harap boleh cover dan ekonomi pun dah mula, sektor ekonomi pun dah mula dibuka lah. Semuanya aktiviti sudah boleh dilaksanakan.
Alhamdulillah. Ya.
Tapi masih ada provinsi ataupun negeri-negeri yang masih lagi tidak boleh ada dia punya pergerakan masih di dalam negeri itu. Dia tak boleh
Tak boleh.
Merentas sepadan. Negeri lain masih ada lah.
Baik.
Ada yang kena curfew lah. Di sini dia macam perintah kurung. Tak boleh bergerak. 14 hari kena dikurung lah. Kalau di desa tu dia ada, dan mungkin satu desa tu ataupun kampung tu dia dikurung lah. Dia tak boleh bergerak lah. Keluar. Tak boleh ada hubungan fizikal dengan kampung-kampung yang lain. Itu memang antara strategi yang kita buat lah.
Ya, semoga Malaysia dan Indonesia bisa cepat keluar dari COVID.
Iyalah, betul.
Baik. Good afternoon, Mr. Konishi Kikufumi. Konishi Kikufumi. How are you, Japan?
Okay.
Okay. Can you
Japan, very cool.
my voice? Can you hear my voice clearly?
Mic okay?
Yeah.
Sound from me. It's okay.
Okay. Okay. We can check one speaker again, Lee Sufang.
Will hear me? Hello.
Hello. Konishi.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello. It's okay.
Okay.
I can hear.
Okay. Your voice clearly.
Okay.
We wait one speaker.
After I introduce, I will speak.
Okay. Yeah. Kita mulai saja ya. Lee Sufang PhD. Good afternoon from Makassar, Indonesia. Miss Lee Sufang.
Buka tu boleh tengok. You boleh buka tu, you boleh tengok sana.
Are you listen
Yang tu.
my voice?
Buka kan.
Yeah.
2-3 orang pastor Malaysia.
Miss Lee Sufang.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Huh? Hello.
Yeah. We will
I can hear.
wait one speaker again from China.
Huh?
We're still waiting one
Ada kita.
from China.
Meeting cut.
Lee Sufang.
Now.
Miss Lee Sufang. Yeah. Please wait.
Situ. Tanya nak tu. Sebab itu bukit lain.
これ OK よ。これおかしい。
お父さんは今ミュートじゃなくていいの？
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Take 1 hour for rest, have lunch and pray. Let us begin the second session. Let me inform the process this session. 3 speakers will present their presentation around 20 minutes. Furthermore, discussion session give chance for the participant to deliver question by writing in chat application. And finally, the authors give feedback from the question. Second session, we also have three speakers. The first speaker, Mr. Dato Haji Abdul Fattah bin Abdullah, President of ASEAN Cooperative Organization. And the second, Ms. Li Sufang, PhD, Faculty of Economic and Business, Central China Normal University. And the last speaker is Mr. Kokifumi Konishi, President and Producer of CPI Japan. Before the speaker present, I would like to introduce the first speaker, Mr. Dato Haji Abdul Fattah bin Abdullah. So, operator, please share the CV, Mr. Dato Haji Abdul Fattah. Okay. Mr. Dato.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Good, very good afternoon. Profesor Dr. I.R. Haji Hussein Syam, Rektor Universiti Negeri Makassar, Yang Berusaha Encik Dr. Muhammad Hassan, yang dihormati para presenter, partisipan, dosen-dosen dan siswa sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pertama, saya ingin mengucapkan berbanyak-banyak terima kasih atas undangan yang dibuat pada saya untuk membentangkan ataupun berkongsi pendapat dan pengalaman Malaysia dalam persidangan antarabangsa sosio-ekonomi, perniagaan dan pendidikan Icsebe 2021 pada hari ini. Saya ingin sepintas lalu ingin mengemukakan senario gerakan koperasi di Malaysia. Di Malaysia, angkasa sebagai EPEC ataupun koperasi induk, seperti mana juga di Indonesia di Kopin, kita ada 14,629 buah koperasi. To the date 31 bulan Disember 2020. End of last year, kita ada 14,629 unit koperasi. Members, around 6 members, cooperator, 6.4 million. And asset value 150.55 billion, and the share 15.8 billion, and turnover for 2020 around 41.8 billion. This is ringgit Malaysia, not dollar, ringgit Malaysia. Compare with 2019, our turnover, cooperative turnover in Malaysia decreased around 5 billion, because of the reduce in activity because of the COVID. In Malaysia, the pengangguran di Malaysia seperti yang dilaporkan oleh Jabatan Perakaan Malaysia, compare with May 2020 and May 2021, according to the Department of Statistics of Malaysia, 2020, the numbers are graduate for university graduate menganggur around 826,000. But 2021 decreased to 728,000, decreased around 5.3%. This decrease because maybe our economy activity open now because the pandemic COVID is slowly recover. Berikutan dengan peningkatan pengambilan kerja dalam sektor perkhidmatan, terutama sekali aktiviti pemborongan, as I said, our economic activity often through the activity retail and wholesale, food service, health activity, and activity or social work recover. Manakala bilangan penganggur dalam kalangan siswa for the graduate, those who had a job, increase from 2019 to 2020. 2019 about 165,000 2019 increased to 2020 to 220,400. It means increase about 22.5%. According to the report by the Statistics Department, the graduate mean those have certificate that from university, college, polytechnic, and agency equivalent recognized by our government, and the time to study in the college around 2 years. That's the definition of a graduate. So dalam tempoh ini kalangan graduate paling berkesan, isu pekerjaan menjadi kritikal kerana banyak syarikat yang terpaksa gulung tikar dan hanya beberapa sektor ekonomi yang dibenarkan beroperasi pada tahap yang minimum. Kajian kebolehpasaran graduan didapati sebilangan responden di kalangan CEO, satuan dan profesional meramalkan pasaran buruh graduate di Malaysia akan terus terkesan mengubah sifat kemahiran yang dicari oleh majikan. Saya fikir kalau bercakap pasal ekonomi Malaysia, kita kena lihat senario dia. Di mana yang diketahui, Malaysia ada lebih kurang 32 million population of Malaysia, dan dari jumlah itu kita ada beberapa race atau berbangsa, iaitu daripada China, India dan juga Bumi Putera. Dan kalau dilihat di Malaysia ini because the history, faktor history, faktor history menyebabkan golongan Bumi Putera, iaitu mereka yang dikira berasal dari Malaysia, daripada tanah di sini, memang ketinggalan, dan ekonomi dikontrol oleh masyarakat Cina oleh kerana faktor sejarah Dan dalam konteks ini kerajaan cuba untuk imbangkan pemilikan equity di antara bumi putera dan bukan bumi putera. So dalam konteks ini bila kita bercakap soal pengangguran, sudah tentulah nombor pengangguran ini adalah kita akan kaitkan dengan jumlah bumi putera yang punya besar jumlah pengangguran ini, dan kerajaan terpaksa mengambil langkah tertentu. Dan dalam konteks ini usaha untuk pengangguran di sektor pelajar-pelajar universiti di peringkat universiti sendiri, di kolej di Malaysia sekarang kerajaan telah menggalakkan supaya universiti menjadi platform kepada melahirkan usahawan, to the produce entrepreneur di universiti, dan kerajaan paksa membuat syllabus ataupun konten pembelajaran di universiti sesuai dengan keperluan market, supaya apabila mereka keluar, mereka graduate ni keluar, mereka tidak bergantung untuk makan gaji. Dia tidak akan bekerja sebagai kaki tangan agensi dan syarikat, tetapi juga kita galakkan supaya mereka ni terlibat dalam bidang usahawan. Kerana kita tahu usahawan ni adalah mereka yang mencipta, you create the job opportunities for others. This our role. Dan dalam baru ni kerajaan Malaysia melancarkan dasar keusahawanan negara ni untuk 2030, di mana kerajaan bersasarkan sekurang-kurangnya 600,000 dan mungkin dari segi numbers besar kepada Malaysia sebab kita punya population hanya 32 juta, tapi sekurang-kurangnya ada 600,000 usahawan akan dilahirkan oleh tempoh 10 tahun ini. So dalam konteks ini kita lihat universiti lah merupakan platform yang terbaik untuk melahirkan usahawan. Dalam konteks angkasa sebagai koperasi, kita juga bantu mereka-mereka yang berminat untuk terlibat mengusahakan perniagaan sendiri sebagai usahawan. Jadi kita telah kenal pasti beberapa pakej, antaranya lah produk ataupun aktiviti peruncitan. Satu. Kedua, kita juga kena pasti antaranya aktiviti pelancongan. Pelancongan termasuk pelancongan health, tourism, pergi umrah, outbound, inbound. Jadi kita kena pasti. Dan selain daripada itu juga, kita juga mengenal pasti aktiviti-aktiviti lain termasuk terlibat dalam bidang mengeluarkan makanan untuk keperluan negara dan juga untuk keperluan ekspor. Bagaimana yang diketahui, Malaysia mengimport barang-barang keperluan makanan hampir lebih daripada 50 bilion satu tahun. Jadi ini satu nombor yang besar, dan maka kita cadangkan supaya mereka juga yang terlibat dalam usaha ni pergi kepada aktiviti yang boleh menjana pendapatan dari sponsor yang quick, fast moving, maknanya pasarkan produk-produk yang cepat laku, dan juga aktiviti-aktiviti yang memberi pulangan yang cepat. Ini antara strategi yang dibuat, dan untuk itu kerajaan Malaysia sendiri paksa retrain balik graduate untuk pastikan mereka boleh di-matchkan dengan pasaran melalui placement. Dan mana kita latih mereka di syarikat-syarikat yang besar, masuk syarikat-syarikat kerajaan, GLC, Government Link Company, dan selepas itu mereka boleh menjadi pekerja di situ atau terus menjadi rakan strategi kepada syarikat-syarikat berkenaan. Ini antara strategi yang dibuat oleh pihak kerajaan dalam usaha untuk membantu mengurangkan pengangguran di kalangan para siswaza ataupun mereka yang telah keluar besi. Satu, kita jadikan mereka sebagai usahawan. Keduanya, kita matchkan kemahiran mereka dengan industri. Kita matchkan. Maknanya kerajaan akan temukan, buat matching dengan kepakaran dan ilmu yang ada pada mereka dengan industri. Keduanya tadi menggalakkan mereka, kita retrain, bagi mereka kursus untuk menjadi usahawan. Ini adalah merupakan antara strategi yang dibuat oleh kerajaan Malaysia dalam usaha untuk meningkatkan jumlah usahawan bila keluar nanti mendapat pekerjaan. Jadi sangat itu di antara apa yang saya boleh share bersama dengan tuan-tuan dan puan di peringkat ini. Dan dari segi angkasa di mana yang disebutkan itu, kita juga menggalakkan graduan, menggalakkan mahasiswa menggunakan koperasi sebagai platform untuk menjalankan aktiviti keusahawanan. Di Malaysia sekarang kalau mau tubuh koperasi 20 orang boleh tubuh koperasi. Jadi selepas itu bila dah ada koperasi, mereka boleh gunakan, they can use koperasi as platform to start dia own business. Jadi ini strategi yang dibuat, dan dalam konteks ini kementerian yang jaga koperasi, kerajaan memberikan insentif, iaitu memberikan grant ataupun bantuan langsung dan selain daripada pinjaman mudah kepada mereka-mereka yang tubuh koperasi untuk menjadikan koperasi sebagai platform memulakan perniagaan. Bagi contoh, kalau mereka tubuh koperasi, kerajaan boleh bagi sampai grant one off sebanyak RM100,000 Malaysia untuk start buat perniagaan. Ini adalah strategi untuk bantu graduate supaya mereka ini boleh ada peluang pekerjaan. Jadi sangat Mr. Chairman, itu saja yang saya ingin beritahu. Sekiranya ada pertanyaan, mungkin juga pandangan, boleh we can share and I akan jawab. Okay, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you Mr. Dato Dr. Abdul Fattah Abdullah for your presentation. Mr. Dato Dr. Abdullah Fattah share about how Malaysia to overcome the problem, especially in employment, to create a new entrepreneur from alumni from university. Okay, the next is Miss Lee Sufang. Miss Lee Sufang. Okay, we still waiting Miss Lee Sufang. So now the next speaker is Mr. Kuki Fumi Konishi. Hello, Mr. Konishi.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kuki Fumi Konishi, as a president of producer of GPI Japan. Time is yours, Mr. Konishi.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. My name is Kikufumi Konishi. Many thanks for the invitation giving me this opportunity to be a part of this conference today. Recently, I have been handicapped, so please forgive me if you have any difficulty understanding me. Very, very sorry. CPI Japan has been working for more than 33 years in increase of number of Japanese people who wish to be able to understand different cultures. Problem is that many Japanese persons don't know a different culture. In developing country, there are many children who are highly motivated to study but cannot afford it. So, our CPI member, one education foster parent has been working to be raised understand of the culture while providing free tools support for one education for the student. It means one foster parent support for one foster student. Then, while so can understand very well the cultures and differences, custom. In developing country, many children is like that, and maybe Japanese foster parents had been very rich. So between a child and the foster parent, there is a good connection between them. We have selected Sri Lanka, a country that is culturally easy to different, and Indonesia, a country with moderate Islam, not hard Islam. So far, we have taken care of 12,000 children, 12,000 children for a long time, from the third year of junior high school, about 6 or 7 years. We operated under fairly strict rules for the local headquarters of scholarship and students, and of course for foster parents. Then, but I'm glad that the scholarship students have grown up to be good people, and foster parents, they know it's not so it's become not so easy after graduate university. It was very hard to be a current situation. From the conclusion, we are proud that the method continues to be an excellent system for building a relationship of trust with other people. However, in my experience, it did not break through the egoism of the executive society. This society appears to be a beneficiary different representatives of the country, but they sometimes take the many money from Japan's side. So let's say that there is a big difference between the issuing side and the receiving side. That's why it's very important to have to act well. And also, that's why I'm keenly aware that it is very important to enhance the relationship of notaries. Of course, notaries in Indonesia, which are involved in the decision-making process, and they make good papers. So, between receiving side and the issuing side, they have very good paper between them. By the way, although it has nothing to do with today's theme, Edupreneurship, in the future world, how to be linked between people with wealth and people with knowledge in order to share international friendship. I think it is the most important to keep it. So I would like to introduce of the construction of an inclusive education system. Once more, I would like to introduce of the construction of an inclusive education system. Because I happen to have a very good friends, not only one, good friends who has a handicap. I also had a handicap due to care cerebral infraction and visualizes a wonderful world ahead. And when I read the letter from our alumni members, from our scholarship students, there are persons white with the physical disability in the families. I'm amazed at the number of people who take these opportunities to get jobs related to it. Can you understand? So there are many things that we hope that countries that are successfully incorporation into society and those that appear to be wasting their financial resources will cooperate with each other. Paralympic Games were held in Japan in this year, 2021, and I was very impressed. In addition to the success of athletes, what impressed people was impressed people were the documents that reflected their daily efforts I think here there is a society to make a diverse culture may unite. There is a society to make a diverse culture will unite. And now, maybe this is very important between different cultures. And so I would like to make it a part of CPI's activities. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kukifumi Konishi, for your presentation. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kukifumi share about culture in Japan, how to relation between children and parents to prepare their children after graduate university. Okay. The next we continue to the third speaker, Miss Lisu Fang.
Yes.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm sorry for some technical problems.
Never mind. Okay. How are you, China? Very
good? Fine. Yeah, good.
Okay.
But we are still wearing masks.
Oh. Be careful. Be careful.
Okay. My topic is entrepreneurship lessons from China. So after the outbreak of COVID-19, business in China has two important tendencies: faceless, contactless. What can we learn from China's successful entrepreneurs during this period? First, I think Chinese entrepreneurs have sharp sense to find business opportunities. China has a large number of people who are pervasive and will not miss even a trace of business opportunities. The Chinese are good at seizing opportunities from two aspects: national planning and people's needs. So first, people's needs. China's GDP ranks second in the world. The main contradictions of Chinese society has become the contradiction between people's growing need for a better life and unbalanced and insufficient development. Whether there is a need, there is a market. Chinese entrepreneurs are particularly good at discovering people's needs. For example, since the outbreak of COVID-19, the demand of masks has surged, and many entrepreneurs have invested in the production of masks. Due to the increasing demand for contactless services, online services are developing very rapidly. The second one is national planning. National planning, Chinese, the outline of the fourth five-year plan for national economic and social development. Just the last PPT is not ending. The last PPT. So, for example, Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, emphasizes the 5 concepts of high-quality development with innovation coordination. So as market in China is very large, Chinese entrepreneurs can develop very well with the support of the government and a huge domestic market. The second, the rapid adaptability. Being able to quickly adapt to the changes in the external environment is a necessary quality for entrepreneurs. Under the influence of the COVID-19, some entrepreneurs have timely and appropriately launched new products and expanded their product categories. The third is the adventurous spirit. Whether we can seize opportunities and dare to face difficulties depend on whether entrepreneurs have the spirit of adventure. The fourth one is generally hardworking. The Chinese people's spirit of hardworking is recognized by the world. In business, as long as Chinese competitors in other countries will be afraid because the Chinese cannot rest. China's big cities don't rest. The fifth one is international vision. The entrepreneurs who like tourism most in the world should be Chinese entrepreneurs, especially those in Zhejiang. They spend a lot of time abroad, investigating the market, discovering new opportunities, and bringing new ideas back to the entrepreneurs. The sixth one is native land emotion and national cohesion. Chinese entrepreneurs often carry out discussions, exchange experience, carry out cooperation, and study how to better assume social responsibility, better meet the need of people, and make more contributions to the great nation of the Chinese nation. Thank you very much. But I want to mention one thing more. That's you can take picture to my face.
Okay.
I show you something. I show you something.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe you can raise more.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one, I'm attending a meeting. This is a very important tendency in China. Many entrepreneurs attend this meeting. It's about data cloud. So entrepreneurs are cooperating very intimately with the government. They want to know what governments are thinking about, and they solve the problems of the government. The government want to governance with data. So the entrepreneurs seizing this opportunity to cooperate with them. This is what this meeting is about. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lisufang.
Thank you.
Presentation. She already shared about entrepreneurship lesson from China. More important thing we can get from Lisufang. The first is the governance of China very support to the new entrepreneur, right, Lisufang?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now going to next agenda to reading the question from participant. Please, operator, can you show or share and screen? Oh, this is two question for Mr. Dato, Dr. Fatah. Mr. Dato, hello.
Yeah, Prof. Yeah.
Okay. This is a question for you. Apa beza angkasa dengan ACO? Bolehkah perguruan tinggi Indonesia bekerja sama dengan ACO? Yeah, what's different between angkasa and ACO? Can university in Indonesia cooperation with ACO? The first and the second, apa saja syarat untuk mendapatkan grant yang Bapak maksudkan untuk kooperasi?
Grant.
Ya,
Desa grant. Bantuan langsung.
Bantuan langsung. Okay.
Grant ya.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Very good question. First question. ACO and Angkasa. In the world, we have a international cooperative alliance. This organization like United Nations for the cooperative. in ASEAN region, we have ASEAN Cooperative Organization. This is the platform. Those who APEC cooperative, we form together. Kita satukan itu. Jadi ACO ni adalah ASEAN Cooperative Organization. The members of ASEAN Cooperative Organization is if APEC cooperative in the country, like Makassar for Malaysia, Gedung for Indonesia, Gedung for Indonesian Cooperative, VCA for Vietnam Cooperative Association, Philippines for Philippine Cooperative Center, Thailand CLT, Cooperative League of Thailand, and Myanmar, so Myanmar Association, Singapore National Cooperative Federation. Jadi koperasi induk ni, APEC ni kita gabungkan di bawah ACO. ACO akan serve kepada semua koperasi yang ada di dalam negara ASEAN menerusi koperasi APEC di negara masing-masing. Kalau Indonesia, kalau kiranya koperasi di Indonesia mau dapat servis, program, aktiviti dengan ACO, mestilah melalui Gedung. Jadi untuk di Indonesia, kita gunakan channel di Gedung, dan dari segi ACO, kita daripada ASEAN Cooperative Organization, kita mengalu-alukan kerjasama koperasi-koperasi di kalangan negara ASEAN dan juga organisasi yang bukan koperasi, tetapi orang kata dia favor tu koperasi untuk kerjasama dengan ACO. ACO ni macam juga macam kita kan ASEAN, dia ada negara ASEAN, kita punya presiden daripada Indonesia, bapa Perdana Menteri Malaysia, dia duduk dalam this platform. Jadi ini satu organisasi yang kita gabungkan, kita unite all the koperasi in ASEAN. Jadi di ASEAN kita ada hampir 300,000 unit kooperatif di ASEAN, dan members individu kita ada 66 million juta orang di ASEAN. Dan kita tahu di Indonesia sendiri pun hampir 30-40 juta orang yang menjadi ahli koperasi di Indonesia, macam juga di Malaysia kita ada 14,000. Jadi itu dari segi structure, dan sekarang ni saya adalah presiden kepada koperasi, presiden kepada ASEAN Cooperative Organization. Indonesia diwakili oleh Gedung adalah naib presiden, dan Singapore naib presiden, dan the rest adalah committee member yang biasa. Jadi ini dia punya structure, dan tujuan aku adalah untuk mempromotkan koperasi di kalangan negara ASEAN, mewujudkan jaringan networking untuk bisnes koperasi antara koperasi di dalam negara ASEAN, dan juga kita juga menjadi spokesman untuk koperasi dengan juga pemerintah di negara masing-masing. Itu the role of ACO. Untuk mendapat grant ni maksudnya bantuan langsung daripada kerajaan. Di Malaysia, salah satu daripada syaratnya dia mestilah koperasi, dan keduanya koperasi mesti sudah ada aktiviti. The activity koperasi mesti clear lah apa yang dia buat, dan kerajaan akan assist through the grant untuk strengthen our activity of koperasi. Itu masuk grant yang diberikan oleh kerajaan Malaysia kepada koperasi-koperasi yang nak buat aktiviti, yang nak strengthen dia punya aktiviti bisnes, terutama sekali yang baru-baru. Itu yang masuk grant di Malaysia lah. Sangat Bapak pengurusi clear. Nanti kalau kurang jelasnya, nanti boleh communicate terus dengan saya di Angkasa. Angkasa web dia www.angkasa COOP .co ataupun kalau itu boleh dihubungi langsung sama saya. Nombor telefonnya ialah Malaysia 60 19 988 2174. Itu nombor telefon langsungnya kepada saya. Ataupun kalau emailnya Datuk DATO huruf small letter, small capital letter, lepas tu Fatah FATTAH .angkasa @gmail.com gmail.com. Boleh dihubungi saya, tidak ada masalah. Kita sebagai leader ni 24 hours service.
Very good.
I can explain to you. If I cannot explain, I ask my colleague to explain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your response. And the participant can communicate directly with Dato. Yeah, maybe you can write in email or call his phone. Now we continue to another speaker. We have question for Miss Li Sufang. Miss Li Sufang, do you listen? Has entrepreneurship education been implemented in China since the beginning for students so that many Chinese people become entrepreneurs? No? Oh, okay. Konishi? Mr. Konishi? Yeah. Mr. Konishi, whether university in Indonesia in collaboration with CPI, can you?
We are supporting now until university second.
Dia kata kalau dia nak kata nak bagi pinjam, memang koperasi bagi pinjam. Tapi syarat ni dia mesti jadi ahli koperasi. Dalam mana dia koperasi lah, koperasi Indonesia dia panggil simpan pinjam, koperasi simpan pinjam yang bagi kredit. Boleh sama.
Yeah. Okay, another question, Mr. Konishi, how to teach students successful entrepreneurs, especially in Japan? How to teach students to be successful entrepreneurs, especially experience in your country?
Just only by them. Government not support. So then young persons, they are entrepreneur by themselves.
Oh, in Japan, government not support for entrepreneur, right?
No. Japanese government don't support them.
So how the student can improve their skill or ability to be success entrepreneur? Or from university?
Sometimes crowdfunding and something that support us. Will support.
Or from private or from industry, right? From private sector or industry?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So how about the CPI? How about
sometimes up to the appeal to the independent private sectors. Public sector don't support it.
Okay, so student.
Do you understand? Yeah, so students means alumni members, they must do their best for the private sectors.
Maybe they can write.
Public sector did not do any support.
Because so this is a different between Japan and China, because Lee Soo-fang said.
I think so. My sister, one of my sister is Chinese. She got through public, but in Japan, she must take care with the Japanese private sector.
Okay, thank you. So about CPI can support for student be entrepreneur. CPI, your organization?
No, there is not so much power.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Konisi, Mr. Dato Dr. Abdullah. We still waiting Lee Soo-fang. Operator, do you see? No, Lee Soo-fang? Okay. Now, after session answer the question from the speaker, now from organizing committee prepare a certificate for Mr. Dato and Mr. Konisi. Yeah, please share. Okay, this is a certificate for Mr. Dato Dr. Haji Abdul Fattah bin Abdullah for your.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Yeah.
Could you please give big applause for our speaker?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the second, a certificate of.
Jawab.
This is a certificate for you, Mr. Konisi Kikufumi.
Macam mana tadi?
Organizing committee. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much for participation.
Ini kan? Jawab
Ini tengah jawab.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Ada lagi satu soalan apa lagi ni?
So, ladies and gentlemen, now
yang satu tadi soalan.
Our session.
Boleh katalah maknanya apa ni in general you kata orang koperasi sepatutnya boleh berhenti.
Sekalian, alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita mendapatkan pelajaran berharga dari beberapa narasumber, mulai dari narasumber dari Amerika, kemudian dari Indonesia, kemudian selanjutnya dari Malaysia, Jepang, dan China. Kita banyak belajar bagaimana pengembangan kewirausahaan di setiap negara, dan tentunya melalui International Conference ini kita banyak mendapatkan manfaat, bukan hanya pengetahuan, kemudian pencerahan, dan mudah-mudahan apa yang kita dapatkan hari ini melalui International Conference ini bisa memberi manfaat bagi pengembangan kewirausahaan, pengembangan entrepreneurship di masing-masing kampus ataupun di komunitas kita. Oke, selanjutnya saya serahkan kembali ke Master of Ceremony. Saya Muhammad Farid. Mohon maaf apabila dalam proses memimpin International Conference ini banyak kekurangan. Ya, karena kita sama-sama belajar bersama, semoga insya Allah di masa-masa akan datang kita menjadi manusia yang lebih baik lagi. Helmi Pratiwi. Helmi, bisa di-unmute Helmi?
The host, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Well, can you hear me? Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Farid, as the moderator for today. And also, we would like to say our deepest gratitude to both the three of our speakers today, Dr. Abdullah bin Fattah, Mr. Konishi Kikufumi, and also Ms. Li Shufang, PhD from Hubei Provincial Institute of Public Administration. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our closing ceremony, the committee asked me to, before we close, we would like to take the photograph picture together. So please turn on your camera. Please turn on your camera, and we would like to take a picture all together. Let me, how many slides is this? Let me count one. The committee ready to take the picture? Ready? Well, let me count 1, 2, 3, and smile to the camera. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Last 1, 2, 3. Say cheese. All right. Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was all the series of International Conference on Social Economics, Business and Education, Icsebe 2021. Thank you for all your attention, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, everybody. Stay safe and stay healthy, everyone. Bye. Yeah, let's applause first. All right. Thank you. I'm Helmi Prantiwi signing out. Thank you and good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Helmi.
Izin live ya, Bapak, Ibu.
Yeah, this is information from organizing committee.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for Ms. Helmi as Master of Ceremony. Now I'm as the chairperson for parallel session. For all the participants, for your information, now we will enter the last session of Icsebe 2021, which is this parallel session presentation. So for all the presenter, be prepared for your topic. Thank you. Jadi untuk peserta yang tidak menjadi presenter paper pada sesi kali ini boleh meninggalkan room. Terima kasih.